We're going to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Venus Independent School District on April 21st, 2025 at 6:38 p.m. And we do have a quorum. If everyone would please stand for the invocation and pledge.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come into your presence tonight, Lord. Lord, we give you thanks for all the blessings that you send our way each and every day. Lord, we humbly ask that you would be with us tonight as we discuss things, make decisions, Lord, that they would be beneficial to this community and the parents and the kids.
We'd like to welcome everybody who's here tonight. Thank you for coming. Rosie, anybody sign up? No? Okay. We're going to go to item number 5, presentation of campus reports and recognitions.
Okay, good evening. First, we want to start off, and we got a lot of folks that we want to recognize tonight, but we do want to welcome one of our new police officers. So, Chief Wood, if you could come on up real quick, and Ms. Fooch, come on up.
Board, Dr. Torres, President Dora, I want to introduce you to Marcia Foyt. She comes to us with 23 years of law enforcement experience and retired from Hearst Police Department. Yeah. So she started today.
Welcome to Venus.
Right, congratulations. Welcome. Good. Thank you.
Also retired Burleson officer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to Venus.
She'll be training all summer. I mean, the rest of the year will be summer, so not sure till then.
Yeah. Okay, we've got several student groups here. This is always the funnest time of the year, and the funnest time of a board meeting is to recognize our students. That's why we're here. And so first, I want to introduce the middle school principal, Ms. Buck, and she's going to bring up and recognize her folks, her staff, and her kids with TSA, Technology Student Association. So y'all come on up and just kind of, this is a good problem to have. We've got a lot of kids. Just kind of keep, yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Hey, guys.
Keep going, keep going.
We'll probably have to do 2 rows there.
Y'all come in front. Y'all come down in front.
Yeah.
Come down in front. Keep going. Y'all have to get in front of them.
It's a good problem to have.
Go down. Keep going down. Go.
Get a member.
I mean,
Direct and track.
I mean, it's like a herding cats. There you go. Come on in. Come on up. There you go. Turn around. There you go. Turn around. You're good. Short one should have.
All right. It's your floor.
Here, look. He needs to go up front. Never mind. We have it working now.
All right.
We have 26 middle schoolers and 8. It's on now. It worked for a minute and then it doesn't, but right now it's working. 26 middle schoolers and 8 high schoolers are for sure going to nationals in Nashville in June 26th. I mean, if y'all approve that. we're also here to ask for that, so.
That's next.
Okay, so, some of y'all, did y'all pass your stuff out already? Okay.
They came in last. I gave it to
All right, as you're exiting, they did bring something for you guys from the state competition. So, congratulations, super
don't go
proud.
anywhere.
Don't go anywhere because she's gonna take pictures.
Hey,
Board?
banners come out in front.
Yes, if you have something in your hand, please come out
Yeah, we'll
front.
get a picture here
Or give
real
it to
quick,
Kristen,
all right?
Or get out of the way. One or the other. Hold on, I got one more banner.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm just making sure I can get everybody in this picture here. All right, guys, just do your best to look at this camera if you can. Mr. Buck, yes, that was for you. I love it. All right, guys. Good job, yay!
Do you want to recognize Elena? Oh, you saw how great of a speaker I am.
Okay, we have one more recognition. I think for the first time in Venus history, we have representation on the board of TSA. Is that correct? The student board of TSA. And we have Vice President Elena Roper. You want to come forward? I have pictures of that already, so we've already celebrated.
All right, thanks, guys. If you have a shirt, pass it to the people we talked to. We'll
Awesome.
roll these out
Thank
and some
you.
more in.
Congratulations again, guys, and good luck
Yeah,
at
you
nationals.
keep medals today.
You jump back in with her. Where'd the other banner go? Oh. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, parents. Thank you. Thank you. And parents, you can also, if you were with our parents. Parents, if your child has already been recognized and you don't have anyone else, you're more than welcome to also go ahead and go. Or you can stay for the meeting. Yes, you can stay for the meeting.
You're more than welcome to, but you don't have to.
It is our board meeting. It's our monthly board meeting. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Price, which group we got next?
We will have Taffy,
Taffy.
VMS Taffy.
Hey, you just dropped something out of your pocket, sir.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yes, y'all come on up. Next is Texas Association of Future Educators. Go ahead, Ms. Cox. All right.
This year for Venus Middle School Taffy, we took 22 to area, and out of the 22, 8 advanced to state, and we are taking 2 to the Sunshine State of Florida for nationals. And am I asking for money? No, not money.
We're just asking for permission in a minute.
This is Jacqueline Rodriguez and Keely Rios.
And y'all are done if you want to go.
That's a 10%.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
They wrote a children's book for children who are in kindergarten through 3rd grade, and they wrote it in Spanish.
Great job, ladies. Congratulations. And best of luck at Nationals. Yeah. Okay. Item number 4. Yeah, Patriots pen.
Yep, nope, just we doing both of them?
We good?
We're good.
We ready?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm here to present an award to Shayla Resendez tonight for her essay that was entered into the Veterans of Foreign Wars contest back in the fall. She was picked as one of the best essays in the area. Congratulations.
While he's taking that to her, she won $150, and she advances to the next round. So we haven't heard. They could advance all the way to Washington, D.C., but we haven't heard.
Okay, so we're recognizing Bo Gaskin for being a top 10 finalist in the Veterans Day Pin, which is a future engineering and an AEOP conglomeration. We're going to say he got top 3 because that's what it looks like on the website. But he will get a 3D print of his, like a paid for, and a certificate from them as well. So.
That's a competition to design this year's pin.
Yes, it will be given. Yeah, and it's given at the museum in Utah, the National Museum in Utah.
All right.
On Veterans
Let's get
Day.
a picture.
We're doing a double picture, both of y'all. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Y'all come on, get the picture. Congratulations.
Choir.
Okay, rest it down. Thank you, choir, so that knows what can be done. Next we have choir. Y'all come on in all the way up here. Like, don't be shy.
You guys go up front, and you're staying here to talk.
Come on up. There you go. All right. Yeah. Face that way. And you can move back towards us. We won't bite, promise. We'll just kind of make a line there. There you go.
We've got a lot of parents coming up, so.
All right. Yeah, y'all come on in. Okay.
Awesome. This is the Venus Middle School Advanced Choir, and this year we won sweepstakes at the UIL concert and sight reading competition with straight ones, which is the first time choir has done that in its existence. So yay to these amazing ladies. So thank you for having them here, for recognizing them. We have Chelsea Ruiz, Itzel Amoraz, Ashley Escalante, Kaden Lennon, Liliana Alvarado, Michelle Martinez-Leon, Samantha Laurent, Isabella Weisbruch, yes, Michelle Guatemala, and Alicia Sierra. And then Kylie Scarborough and Chloe Ramirez weren't able to be here with us tonight. But these ladies have really done an awesome job embracing our music and working hard, and it shows off. Choir originated in, well, it's not originated, but was reestablished in Venus 5 years ago, and so we started from nothing, and it built our way up to having straight ones at UIL. So there you go.
Congratulations, ladies.
While y'all are getting pictures, I do want to say that 5 years ago when we hired Miss Gazy is when this program started. And so she has done an outstanding job with these kids and the high school kids. Good job, ladies. All right, let's follow with all these good pictures.
Yep, parent pictures.
We got mamas taking pictures.
Engineering.
Thank y'all. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, engineering. We are ready. Welcome, y'all come on in and just stand over here and face the audience. All right, come on in, gentlemen and lady. Y'all kind of slide down a little bit. Good looking group. All right.
Go down in front.
All right.
Brayden, no, you're too tall. Sorry. Yeah, Brayden, you're too tall.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
Hello, everybody. We're here to recognize what we have here are 3 of our teams that went to an engineering competition hosted by CEN. Every year, CEN hosts a competition with an engineering manufacturing company and opens it up to everyone in the CEN network. This year, over half the teams got disqualified because they couldn't even make a product that would work. But we got 3 teams that actually did make a product that worked. And on top of it all, we got first, second, and third place. We got first place with Gabriel, Diego, Anthony, and Cooper. Second place with Edgar, Brian, Brandon, and Christopher. And third place with Brayden, Adrian, Dakota, and Nevaeh could not be here today because she had to work. What's more incredible than them just getting first, second, and third, the other main school competition from Abilene, Academy of Technology, Engineering, Math, and Science, and their facility reflects that name. And they beat them handedly. So if you could give them an applause, I appreciate it. If anyone wants to take pictures, this would be the time.
You'll just step up there with them, we'll get a picture.
Oh, I have to. Okay.
Yes, you do. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next we've got boys soccer. Come on in, guys. Y'all come down the front here and face the audience. Kind of, there you go. Slide down a little bit. There you go. All right. I think, yeah.
Missing one.
All right, well, we thank you for having us here. Boys soccer this year, it was a tough season. I think our preseason was harder than our previous 2 years. So the boys did a lot, and we met some injuries later on in our season. But I appreciate these guys, their dedication, their hard work. They show up every day, and they do what's expected. I mean, that's all I could ask. So hopefully next year we'll turn things around. We have some newcomers coming up from JV. So I think next year will be a little better. I mean, we're losing some players, some skilled players, but I think these guys are ready to step it up. So I appreciate their hard work, and I thank them for this year. For our awards, we got a 5th in district. So we only had one nominee for first team all district. That's Mario Marquez. We were allowed 2 for second team, and that's Saul Vasquez, he's not here, and Stuart Posada. And our 3 honorable mention are Anthony Rico, Miguel Estrada, and Omar Carrion. We'll be losing Mario and Rico this year. They're seniors, they're graduating. But the other 3 and Stewart will be returning as seniors, except for Omar, he'll be a junior. So I look forward to good things from these guys as the year comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Get a picture, guys.
All right, Coach, if you'll go up there.
I want to interrupt for a minute because there's a story here that's not being told. Mario has left the country and he's come back. He was selected to go to Portugal, right? Why don't you tell us about that? How long were you gone? And who'd you play with? Okay, so how much time did you spend in Portugal? So you spent 2 weeks and you came back. So it's kind of different soccer, higher level like that. I'm very, very proud of you. Okay, you're great not only in the classroom, but on the field, and now you're taking it to a different level. Okay, but when you sign the contract, just don't forget us. Okay.
Okay, we've got girls soccer. Bringing that ball. Yeah. Y'all come on in, ladies, and just come up here front and turn and face the audience. Slide down a little bit for us. Okay, there you go. All right. Oh.
Come on in, Barry.
Come on in. We've got a few parents coming in, Coach Ward, and then the floor will be yours. So.
Okay, this is Lady Bulldog Soccer. Had one of the best seasons, actually the best season in school history. We went to Bay City for a tournament and ended up winning it, going undefeated, 4 wins in 3 days. We had a chance to finish second in district, but we finished third. So we were up in the top with Godly the entire time, back and forth with them. We played life. We lost the first game 2-1, lost the second game 2-0. And until the playoffs, that was their toughest game. It was against us, so that's pretty good. We advanced to the playoffs as the second seed, and we ended up playing Little River Academy. And we won that game after trailing 1-0 at halftime. Coach Ward talked for a full 10 minutes for the first time all season, and the girls responded and came back and won that game. So it was the first playoff win in school history. Very proud of the trophy right there that Jennifer has. And we moved on to the area round, where we played a very good Benbrook team, fought, and then finally lost 1-0. But that was a tough game, and we showed that we belonged. in the state playoffs. So most goals scored in the season, least goals against in the season, and most wins in school history with 14. So very good. So the first award we're going to give out is for honorable mention, all district, and the first recipient is Juliana Science. Good job. She's a freshman, by the way. Another honorable mention, also a freshman, Hannah Norris. Is this second team? Yeah. Okay. Well, there should be more honorable mention. Okay. Okay. Oh, honorable mention, but not here, is Gloria Lisea. She's a senior. Vote well deserved. I thought we had one more. We had one more? No? Okay. Second team all district, Miley Almaguer. I did? I know I did. Also, second team all district senior, Elena Becerra. Oh, this person's not here, but second team all district, September Crum. She had to work. Oh, it says it on there.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Gloria. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize it said it on there. Second team all district, senior, Jalissa Castillo. Now we're on first team. And first team all district, Aaliyah Para. First team all district, senior, London Ramirez. And last first team all district, leading scorer for our team with how many goals? Okay, we moved up. Yes. It's okay, 26. We'll go with 26. We'll go with 26. Val Miranda. Okay, and I put up 2 other players for superlatives, and we didn't win that, but we got votes and we got acknowledgement from other coaches because they're starting to see our players. But we did actually win one, and this is goalkeeper of the year, Jennifer Sands. How many saves did you have? 98. We keep count. So, great job, ladies. We are so proud of you. Like everything you did this year, from start to finish, you far exceeded our expectations. Okay, yes.
That trophy in the middle.
Yeah, trophy in the middle.
We need one more.
Yep. Yeah, let your parents get one.
Oh, Kevin, ¿te traes mi mochila? Dirty.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Okay, we have track. Come on in, coaches. All right, ladies, y'all come on in. Coaches, come on in.
All right.
All right. Go ahead, coach. All right.
First off, I want to say it's a great day to be a Bulldog. How about that? I'm going to be real quick, do my little Easter speech, and get us out of here. So we had some very talented young ladies who qualified for in track and area and regional. So we did a really good job. The coaching staff and our Coach Rivas, excellent coach. Coach Hayback also helped out, and we did a fantastic job with these young ladies, and they showed some grit, grind. They did everything it took to get to that next level, and it shows right now as hard work pays off. So we are truly, truly thankful. We got Miss Valerie Miranda, who qualified not only in the 800-meter dash, but she also qualified in the 400. We also have not here, we have Amariana Cross. She qualified in area for the 100-meter dash. So to qualify in that 100, you really have to be moving a little bit. So let's give her a clap. She couldn't make it tonight. And we say, drum roll please, our regional qualifier is none other than Miss Jada Sassy. I tell you, freshman, just whatever it takes. I mean, she's an excellent worker, hard work, does whatever we ask her to do, and it most definitely paid off. And she qualified in the mile run, the 1,600-meter mile run. And, you know, I know many of you know that's 4 times around that track, and you really got to be getting it. So she ran for all of us. So we really appreciate Jada's hard work making it to regionals, and we're just thankful to be here, and we thank you guys who supported. I know we sending emails like crazy, just letting you know what we were doing, and so we sure thank you, and these young ladies deserve it. So, round of applause for them.
ladies. All right.
So we're still on item number 5, the campus reports.
You first, Leanne, all right.
Yeah, no, I just, you know, I like I like things the way they were, so I was like, ooh, this is weird. Miss Box and I stood outside, but there was a lot of recognition, so we wanted to make sure we had room for them. The primary school, ooh, we're staying busy, and it's a great time of year. Our numbers, our enrollment keeps, it fluctuates. So we're hovering around about 407, 408. But great news is we've done one registration event for pre-K and kindergarten students next year, and we have enrolled 50 students. And so that's probably almost tripled of what we had at this time last year. So I think our enrollment numbers are increasing. We have 40 pre-K students and 10 new kindergarten students. Out of those, 16 are pre-K bilingual. So our bilingual numbers are jumping, and so that's fantastic news for us. So we're excited. And then a countdown to the end of the school is literally here. We're in the middle of an ABC countdown, so every day is exciting and fun at the primary school. Just a few things that we've done this past couple weeks. We've gone to Yogi Bear Park, Perot Museum. Our first graders got to go to medieval times. They walked in and said, this is the best day of our lives. So it was a great opportunity for them. They were able to connect it to fairy tales that included lesson plans. So we're fortunate to provide that for our kiddos. This week we do have field day, and then we're gearing up for kindergarten graduations. For Teacher of the Month, Miss Lena Leonard, most of you know her. She is just absolutely amazing, just a wonderful person, kind, thoughtful, always has a smile on her face, willing to step in and help, and she truly is a wonderful teacher, and we're all thankful to know her and still have her at the primary school. And then Staff Member of the Month is Miss Rachel Groom. She is kind of the jack of all trades. She came to us last year, and she does bus duty every morning, afternoon. She helps with life skills, ECSC, helps changes students. I mean, really does all the dirty jobs that are hard, right? And never complains, always has a smile on her face, and has really just kind of been a good contribution to our campus culture. So she's well deserving of this award. And then student of the month is Jethro. He is a fantastic little kindergarten student in Miss Rodriguez's class. He's a true leader, respectful, responsible. He's another one of those kids that is 6, probably going on 15. You can always rely on him to do the right thing, to take care of the kids, and so he's a true role model for our students. Thank you.
Okay, on to the elementary. Let's see. We had our UIL competition that was hosted by Mrs. Jarrett, who is our GT teacher, and I put the whole list of students in there and their places for all the categories that we had. That was an amazing event. Also, we have now completed Battle of the Books round 2 since I turned in my board report. So next month, the winners for Battle of the Books will be coming. We had our 2nd grade music program, and I think it cut off the 2nd grade music program picture. And then we started STAR testing at the beginning of April. In fact, we finish up tomorrow with STAR reading. And all of our paras jumped in and took 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade hallways and decorated them for STAR to get the kids all pumped up. And this was just a picture of the 4th grade hall. They were walking down the red carpet. And then I included some more writing. These are 2nd grade writing. 2nd grade is just rocking it out with the writing. They're writing whole pages. They're illustrating. They've been writing their own plays, some of them. They come and they want to read their plays in the office all the time. They are just so entranced with writing. That's all they really want to do. They just want to write. Then we had a huge STAR pep rally for our students, and some of our staff dressed up, and they had a dance competition for the kids to vote on who would win the dance competition. And we had a set of dinosaurs. You can't see the second dinosaur, but they danced together. They threw out little toilet paper rolls with goodies in them. So, of course, they won because they gave out gifts to the students. So the others were a little upset about that because they think they cheated. The dinosaurs cheated. But it was really hard for them to throw the things because their arms were so short. So the kids got a big kick out of that. The staff member of the month was Miss Debbie Fruit. She consistently goes above and beyond her role. She assists everybody across the building, takes care of everything, and keeps everything running efficient and smooth. So she is wonderful to have in the office. Our teacher of the month was Miss Jamie Adams. She's 5th grade science teacher. We got her from Mrs. Buck, and she came down to the elementary school to also finish up her counseling certificate that she's working on, and has done some things with our counselor also. But she has done an amazing job in really ramping up our science program at the elementary to meet the science teaks and the STEM stuff that's going on at the middle school. So that's been a perfect bridge and transition, and she talks to the kids about the STEM program all the time, getting them excited for that. And then our student of the month was Ariel Dominguez. And as soon as we walked in, it's kind of hard to see in the picture because there's so little on the screen, but as soon as we walked in, he started smiling like he already knew that he was going to be student of the month. And it's really hard to even see him in the building at all when he does not have just a huge smile on his face. But he is in Miss Babbitt and Miss Marble's class in 3rd grade. He has excellent character. He's always respectful, kind, and considerate to his peers and his teachers, and he always has a positive attitude. And I've even seen him, like at lunch, if there's been a conflict, he will try to resolve the conflict. So maybe he's going to be a counselor someday. Never know. But great kiddo. And that is it for the elementary.
All right. At the middle school, I will let you get caught up. Because I know you're good. I just didn't want to do. Okay. So at the middle school, we've had lots of things going on. We have middle school soccer happening. So that's new this year, and the kids were so excited. We have over 200 kids signed that they wanted to play. Obviously, we don't have room for 200 kids, but we do have some playing soccer, and it has been huge for the kiddos. So since last time we opened, or we had spring open house, tied that with the book fair, we had lots of parents show up. They were able to make $5,000 at the book fair, which is a large amount. Not unlike Ms. Box, we've been STAR testing. Tomorrow is our last day, and we will have math. So lots of things happening. I want to brag on some of my adults a little bit here. So y'all met Miss Reeve just a little while ago. She wrote a presentation, and luckily she lets me, ride with her. So her presentation was chosen, so she and I will be presenting at the CEN summer workshop this summer about student-directed research. So we started that last year. Kids are working on that right now, but it's amazing what kids can do when given the ability. Here, go research this and find out. So, and then Mr. Weary and Miss Nickel both wrote presentations to present at TASSP Summer. That's the principals conference, and they were both selected. So they will both be presenting. Ms. Nichols presenting about student data, and Mr. Wary is presenting about culture and teacher appreciation stuff. So we're excited for them to be recognized. Mr. Wary is also running for the board of TASSP, representing Region 11, and so we're excited for him to do that. That's really the big things. I attached the TSA results for you guys on the board report. There was a lot here, so we didn't call everything out, but y'all have those results also. All right, Teacher of the Month this month is Miss Melissa Burrow. Is that who's up first? Okay, yep, that's her. So she's a math teacher on our campus. She's the math department head, does an outstanding job, has really brought that department together. She's improved instruction with students. She leads the way by example. If you go into her room, they're in stations. She's pulling kids to teacher table. We are very lucky to have her, and we have seen so much growth this year in their data that we've tracked all year with her leading them. So we appreciate her. And then let's see who's next. Okay, so our support staff was Miss Lucas. Miss Lucas came to us after the beginning of the year, but she came and hired in one position, and then I went and said, hey, I need to switch you to a different position, and she said, yes, Ms. Buck, whatever you need. So she has been doing inclusion time with kids. She's willing to do whatever. She shows up in the office first thing in the morning. Where can I help? What do you need me to do? Kids do well with her. The teachers appreciate her in their room, and so we were very happy to add her as a staff member on our campus. And then our Student of the Month, unlike what Miss Box had when they walked in and the kid was smiling because he knew, when we announced that Eduardo was Student of the Month, he was like, no way, no way. So our Student of the Month is Eduardo Zatina. So Eduardo he has just come so far. He is dedicated, he's hardworking, he's a great example to his peers. He's active, he participates in honor band, he's in athletics, and he has set the tone in his group of friends that we're going to do these things. And I've had, since he has made this turn, I've had those kids come say, hey, I need to be in that teacher's classroom because I feel like they're gonna help me work harder. Like when kids are having those conversations, Eduardo is my guy. So he was funny though, because he was like, no way. And then we called his mom and she was like, no way. So it was awesome though. But that is it for the middle school. Thank you.
Okay, the high school. We're going to start with Teacher of the Month, and that is Mr. Andrew Cadle. He's a gentle giant, but if you've ever seen him work, he is assigned to the BAC unit, and whether he is providing services to those students or if he's outside of the classroom, he brings a lot of passion and inspires others. And by others, I mean some of the boys that he's affiliated with, baseball, football, and even the teachers. He's a mentor. His impact goes beyond the classroom, and his colleagues look up to him. He's kind of a mentor. So we're lucky to have him. Our staff member of the month, Ms. LaToya Hawkins. If you ever need a hug, come see Ms. Hawkins. Okay, she's a hugger and has a lot of smile and good energy around her. She's not a stranger to kids, and I mean that by she is our ISS person. She gets to know them once they're released. She checks on them. She continues to go out and check on them, and she gets to know kids from those kids on how to build relationships. She did play a important role in our Black History Month. She pretty well took it upon herself. She showed the initiative and displayed posters of accomplished, notable African Americans. One of her favorite things, which is now a faculty and student favorite things, is she plays music of different genres that are from African descent, and the kids love it. So lunch has never been quieter. So once that African American History Month is gone, everybody kind of misses that ambiance. So we're trying to work something out with her to be a DJ, but she does have the ISS kids. But she's unwavering in her duty and very deserving of this recognition. Our student of the month is Colton Dady, and he exemplifies kindness, respect, and dedication in everything he does. He treats his peers and his teachers with the utmost respect, creating a positive and supportive classroom environment. He's a talented athlete that is a pleasure to have in class and embodies the true spirit of being a bulldog. His positive attitude make him a role model for other students. The one thing about Colton, and I noticed this early in football, is after every single game, he stays on the field and he makes it a point to go to every single coach on the opposing team and shake their hand. So you see that in the morning during the cafeteria. You know, he visits table to table, kind of making sure everybody's okay. So the last thing I'm going to say about that is you're raising him right. He's a good kid. So we're glad to have him. Okay, I know you've seen a lot of sports through the high school. We're going to do some academics here. Hill College has announced their president and their dean's list. For their president's list, you have to have a 4.0, which is the highest grade point average, and at least 12 hours per semester. We have the following students that are on the president's list. We have Jenny Nguyen, Linda Ramirez, Haley Rivers, and Chastity Simon. On the dean's list, you have to have a 3.5 with at least 12 hours per semester, and you have Gloria Lisea, Stephanie Rico, and Cadence Thrasher. And what I want to say about those individuals is, if you look at our sports teams, they're on there as well. So in and off the field. I think UIL competition is next. Yeah. UIL competition, Coach Gotti put a team together, and we do have 2 regional qualifiers, and that will be this Saturday at East Texas State. Do they still call it East Texas State?
What is it?
Texas A&M?
East Texas A&M.
Okay.
They changed the name 3
They
times.
did. That's it. So we have Jenny Nguyen, who qualified in the calculator applications, and we have Ashley Junkert, who is a regional qualifier for copy editing. Then we have Gage Britton, who's an alternate, and we have Michaela Jackson, who's also an alternate in copy editing. The engineering results, Dr. Morgan introduced them, and the numbers by the Venus is the team. So they're listed from first, second, and third. And I knew he was going to recognize them, but I went ahead and put that up. I wanted to bring attention to group number 3, who got second place. If you look at those boys, 3 out of those 4 members were EB kids last year, could barely speak English. As a matter of fact, from time to time, I still have to translate for them in a parent conference or with teachers. But if you look at them, they're in their second and third year here, and they won second place. So it goes to show, you know, if you give them something to participate in, and if you put the right teacher in front of them, as Ms. Buck said, they can do it. You just got to make sure you put them, you know, in that right position, that right opportunity, you know, and ask of it, and they'll do it for you. Okay. Of course, you've seen Jada, okay, our regional qualifier. She freshman, so we've got great hopes for her. Up next, the 5th annual Venus FFA welding contest. Some of you were out there when I was out there, and this year, Mr. Webb's team won first place, and we had Slayton, Saltillo, Sweetwater. I think we had a total of 8 schools there. But the next paragraph is what I visited with Mr. Webb about, because when you look at P-TECH, you need to start building partnerships. And Panther City was there, and they donated approximately $6,400 as far as supplies for welding to the winners and the competitors out there. Martin Sprocket donated $500 of welding helmets, and those helmets have come a long way. I learned that. It's not like they used to be. Arc Labs is a constant, and they donated $34,000 in scholarships to their welding school. So they're beginning to build partners, which gets our kids ready for employment once they get out, which is, you know, the whole intent there. So upcoming events, we have prom coming up this weekend. We have Fine Arts Night on the 28th. We have the Career Expo, 8:30 to 11:30. We have the Taffy Banquet. We have the Sports Banquet. Then we have AP testing coming up. We have the Senior Walk, which I know we visited with the principals. And then we have graduation to tie it all up. Thank you.
We've got item number 6, annual announcement of board training hours. Under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board members' continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. 8, school safety. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not yet scheduled the training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members' training in excess of the continuing education requirements. Local district orientation. The following first-year board members have completed the local district orientation training. Randall Buck, place 1, Donald Shaw, place 3. Orientation to the Texas Education Code. The following first-year board members have completed the orientation to the Texas Education Code training. Randall Buck, place 1, Donald Shaw, place 3. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. The following board members have completed post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code training. Randall Buck, place 1, Donald Shaw, place 3. Team building. The following board members have completed the annual team building training. Randall Buck, place 1, Joe Russell, place 2, Donald Shaw, place 3, Amber Crafton, place 4, Kirby Sansom, place 5, Greg Hoffman, place 6, Tasha Gore, place 7. Additional continuing education. The following board members have completed the additional continuing education requirement. Randall Buck, place 1, Joe Russell, place 2, Donald Shaw, place 3, Amber Crafton, place 4, Kirby Sansom, place 5, Tasha Gore, place 7. The following board members are deficient in meeting the additional continuing education requirement. Greg Hoffman, place 6. Evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. The following board members have completed the biennial training on evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. Randall Buck, place 1, Joe Russell, place 2, Donald Shaw, place 3, Amber Crafton, place 4, Kirby Sansom, place 5, Greg Hoffman, place 6, Tasha Gore, place 7. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. The following board members have completed the biennial training on identifying and reporting abuse and trafficking. Randall Buck, place 1, Joe Russell, place 2, Donald Shaw, place 3, Amber Crafton, place 4, Kirby Sansom, place 5, Tasha Gore, place 7. The following board members are deficient in meeting the required biennial training on identifying and reporting abuse and trafficking. Greg Hoffman, place 6. School safety. The following board members have completed the biennial training on school safety. Randall Buck, place 1, Joe Russell, place 2, Donald Shaw, place 3, Amber Crafton, place 4, Kirby Sansom, place 5, Greg Hoffman, place 6, Tasha Gore, place 7. Exceeding required continuing education. Board president or presiding officer of the board announce as applicable for each board member. Board member Randall Buck exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 14.25 additional hours. Board member Joe Russell exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 8.25 additional hours. Board member Donald Shaw exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 10.5 additional hours. Board member Amber Crafton exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 8.25 additional hours. Board member Kirby Sansom exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 8.25 additional hours. Board member Tasha Gore exceeded the required amount of continuing education training by 8.25 additional hours. I have 10 more pages to read. I'm joking. That's it. I know, it was a lot. We'll go to item number 7, informational update regarding Mentors Care. Mr. Blackwell?
It's an honor to be here with you tonight. I just want to brag on this community as I start. We work with 20 different school districts. We have new startups every year. It's been a model startup. You guys are producing results that are that we see in school districts 3 times your size. So thank you, Dr. Torres, Mr. Gatewood, Mr. Camacho, for your vote of confidence. What I'm going to show you briefly tonight is stats from August of 2024 through January 2025. So. All right, the first slide, these are overall program stats. As you know, we have our coordinator at Venus High School. She works for us. She's there to serve your students. Her name is Nicole Weldon. She's right here. She's been amazing, does a great job with our kiddos. And we went out into your community and we recruited mentors for your students that were identified by your staff as students who would benefit from having a mentor. And so the support we received has been overwhelming. I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little nervous because you guys are a smaller enrollment district. You guys have numbers right up there with Cleburne on the number of kids that are being served and the number of mentors. Just to show you some program-wide stats, these are some of the issues that we deal with students, things like self-harm, being bullied, behavioral issues, drug, alcohol use, and struggling socially. Of students who struggled with self-harm, as reported to our coordinators, 48% now say in their post-interview that that's no longer an issue for them. Students being bullied, 38% of the kids that reported being bullied say that's not an issue for them. And you can read the others. We are going in and we're working with kids. And what I love about our program is every student in the program has 2 adults in their corner. Number 1, they have their mentor showing up every week to be a friend, a role model, and a confidant. And number 2, they have their coordinator they can go to if they have a need. So those are some of our program-wide stats. What I'll show you for my remaining minutes are stats that are specific to Venus High School. So if we could advance. Who's running the show here? All right, thank you. Just to show you some numbers, we do depend on the staff at Venus High School to refer the students to us, and I'll show you some of the indicators we're looking for when we ask teachers and principals and coaches to refer kids to us. There were 75 students referred. In January, we had 39 students match with mentors, and we had 44 total mentors. And what's unique to Venus is it's one of our very few districts where we have mentors on a waiting list, not students. In most schools, it's 10 kids on a waiting list. They're coming by every week. Do I have a mentor yet? Sorry, buddy, you don't have one yet. At Venus, we have mentors waiting, and that's what we want to see. We want to see that get those kids matched as quickly as we can. You have 5 seniors. The people of this community, by the end of January, had donated 35 hours of their time for an average of 8 hours per volunteer. And you'll see those numbers go way up. You'll see mentors that have 23, 24 hours of volunteer service to the school. When we go to identify students who would benefit from being in the program, we're looking at 3 things. The first thing are Texas state at-risk indicators. The state of Texas, TEA's identified factors that affect kids and can affect their ability to be successful in school and graduate. They're called at-risk indicators, and I'll show you some of those in a minute. But we also, at Mentors Care, we know that there are more factors than that affect kids in school. And so I'll show you those next. So those are the 3 things we're looking at. First thing I'll show you are the Texas State at-risk indicators. This is just a few. These are some of the ones that we see most commonly. We see a lot of kids who have been in DAEP. You have 44% of the students at Venus High School who are in the program who have been in DAEP. You see 85% with semester grades below 70. You see 3% who have been homeless or are homeless. Not passing STAR, CPS, limited English proficiency. These are all factors that affect kids at school. And those high numbers that you see, the 44% and the 85%, that's not a reflection on your kids. That's a reflection on your staff sending us the right kids, because we want those kids who have been in a DAP. We want those kids who are struggling academically. Our goal is to see them come to school, pass their classes, and be the best citizen they can be, and ultimately to graduate. These are some of our at-risk indicators. These factors aren't on the state list, but they affect kids. You see, and these are in line with other school districts. You see lots of kids struggling with getting involved in an activity, and one of the things Miss Weldon does is she tries to get them plugged in to either a sport or choir or band or if it's just a club, just get involved in something at school that makes you want to come to school. We see lots of kids who aren't motivated and struggling socially, lack of family support, behavioral issues. These are all factors that kids in high school today are struggling with. We also know, if we can go to the next slide, you'll see we're going to rename these next year. These are all adverse childhood experiences that affect a student, can affect a human for their entire life. The death of a parent is traumatic, and you see that 5% of the kids in the program at VHS have suffered the loss of a parent. 26% come from a non-traditional family or where there's been divorce, or a blended family, or a single parent. And then 49% of the students report their family struggling financially. And we can help with some of those things. We do help with some of those things. And that's our next slide. We refer students if they need food, we can help them with that. If they need clothing, if they need medical care, if they need graduation assistance. And what that looks like is we have kids at every one of our schools who can't afford the $40 for a cap and gown for graduation. We pick that up for them and get that to them discreetly. So Ms. Weldon's done a good job of helping meet the needs of the kids that kind of go beyond what the school may be equipped to handle. She also deals with what we call outcries. These are just situations that kids are dealing with that can be overwhelming to them. She dealt with 45 outcries from August through January. That number will be higher at the end of the year. She provided support to students 7 times from August through January for kids who aren't even in the program. So we're an open door for kids if they need to talk to someone, and that helps us get to know them and we can get them in the program. So she saw lots of anxiety. Other could be, I don't have school supplies. It could be I need clothing. I just need someone to talk to. Basic needs is usually food, and then we also help kids who are struggling with depression. And we do get them to a school counselor if it goes beyond something that we feel equipped to handle. This is a VHS stat as well. 47% of the kids in Mentors Care report that before they came into the program, they did not have a a safe person to talk to. So your mentors are doing a great job. They show up every week to be a friend and a role model and cover things like school attendance and why it matters, grades, why they matter, the cost of living, respect for authority, the dangers of drugs and alcohol, avoiding risky behavior, choosing good friends, just things that every kid needs to hear. I love Miss Weldon's quote. She just loves watching the program produce meaningful growth and mentees gaining confidence and mentors finding renewed purpose. And what we hear from our mentors is that I get as much out of this program as that kid does. And so, yeah, if we could go to the next slide. Mr. Gatewood, you were in one of those. Thank you for being a mentor. So we have Miss Weldon's going to come up and introduce one of her awesome students, and he's going to just share with you briefly his experience with the program.
Hello, this is Ethan Sanders. He's a junior at VHS, and I'm just so thankful for his leadership and just want him to tell you his thoughts about the program.
For me, mentors care, as he was talking about on the statistics, has helped shed a new light on where I'm headed in life. I've always felt like I've been part of a negative statistic in that struggling at home or whatever in my, my grades, my behavior, everything. But when I got matched with my mentor, she really shed a light on my future. She made me look at school differently. I didn't think I wanted to go to college before this, but now I'm seriously considering community college. I'm considering trade school. I'm considering all these different options that I couldn't even see before I joined the program. And so I wanted to give a thank you to Miss Weldon for matching me with such a great mentor, because I feel like we get along so well. And she's done that with a lot of the kids in the program. I have friends that come to me all the time, like, Ethan, my mentor is way better than yours. And I'm like, dude, there's no way. I was like, there's no way you beat Miss Storm. She's amazing. She brings me canes. She's awesome. And so I really appreciate what she's done for this school and what our mentors have done for this school. And so thank you guys for letting us be a part of this program.
Any questions for me? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So does that mean that y'all kind of like graduated the other ones out and they don't need it, or I know you said there's
Yeah.
mentors on
Mm-hmm. Right.
I was just wondering.
Those are referrals, and if a student says no, we don't force them to be in it. There are students who decline. There are kids who move away. There are reasons that they don't go into the program. But yeah, the staff's done a great job of referring kids, but not every student says yes. So, yeah, thank you for that. Any other questions?
Thank you very much
No.
for all that y'all do. We really appreciate it.
Well, we hope this is a long-lasting relationship. We love your kids, we love your community, and we can't do it without everybody in this room pulling together. So, thank you, guys.
Thank you. I don't know, it's not a question, but I just want to compliment the young man, Ethan, that stood up there. Eye contact is something you see very rarely out of students of high school age, and he scanned the board probably twice. So I want him to realize how important that eye contact is. I don't know if somebody coached you on that or if you just did it on your own, but either way, that's a valuable trait when you get to be my age. So thank you very much.
You made me cry. You're good.
He's the only one that didn't read this.
Thank you.
Ron, it's good to see you back again.
We'll go to item number 8, executive session at 7:46 p.m. for 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. 7:46. We'll go to item number 9, reconvene from executive session at 8:55 PM. Item number 10, consent agenda. Did anybody have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the previous board minutes? Oh, the consent agenda.
Consent
sorry.
agenda? Motion by Kirby. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Joe. All in favor? Opposed? Yes, she'll be back. Got item number 11, consider approval of the Sustain Ed Leaders Proposal for the Strong Foundations Planning Grant. Dr. Morgan.
It's up to you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. The Strong Foundations Planning Grant is the grant we applied for through the state's system of consolidated grant applications for next year. We were awarded the Strong Foundations Planning Grant to develop a math instructional framework. You can go ahead to the next. Oh, I have this clicker. Sorry. The goal of the grant is to develop a strong instructional framework in math to help teachers understand the research-based instructional strategies that are provided by TEA. Our goal is we want all of our students in Venus to have access to rigorous grade-level math content and instruction every day. So as per the grant, we do have to contract with a technical assistance provider. We did have to select providers from the TEA approved list of providers. So these are all either independent education consultant companies. For example, the service center was also an approved provider. So we had to select the ones that we were interested in talking to, meet with them and get their proposals. And so through that process, we have selected Sustain Ed leaders, and their job is to assist us with these tasks per the grant. So this is all per the grant requirements. No matter what assistance provider we selected, they would still be helping us with these tasks. But the reason why we chose Sustain Ed leaders, we feel that based on the conversations that we had with them and their proposal, they're going to give us the most customized support and are very in tune to the needs that we have expressed in the current context of our district. So we feel that they're going to give us that true attention to the things that we're asking for that they'll respond to. The timeline, it really starts at the end of this school year, and then it goes all the way through the end of next school year. So by the end of the next school year, we should have a district math instructional framework, and through a very collaborative process with district leaders, campus leaders, teachers, and any other stakeholders that want to be involved in developing that framework. And then you can see phase 5, which is really all of next year, second semester, is the teachers will then be teaching from that approach and letting us know what works and what doesn't work. So by the end of next year, it's possible that we'll have selected a different math curriculum, but that is not the goal of the grant. So we're not changing our math curriculum going into next year. We're going to focus on the instructional framework and the training and the learning, and then see what happens through the process for next year. So that is the grant. The proposal that you should have to review is the Sustain Ed proposal. Per the grant guidelines, we do have to use 50% of the grant award to pay the provider. So please don't be shocked at the sticker price. It is $70,000, and that is 50% of our award, which was $140,000. And that's what they asked for. They didn't ask for more than that. And so that's the expected cost going into it. And that, of course, is 100% funded from the grant.
It is not matching. It's not a matching grant.
No, sir.
So it's no
Correct. And it is also the supplement, not supplant, does not apply. So.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
A motion by Randall to approve, second by Greg. All in favor?
There it is.
Okay. Motion carries. Go to item number, well,
I'll go back to.
we did that. So, actually what we just did was item 12. There's an item 11 that I don't think, do any of us have?
No.
The item 11? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So it's.
Okay. Consider approval of TSA and Taffy student travel. We don't have that. I don't know, who's presenting that? Is it you presenting it?
No, but I can tell you all about it.
Who's presenting that one?
Did she know it was added to the, do you want to present for her then? I mean, If not, I mean, so we can vote on it?
It doesn't matter.
It's not on our agendas. It was on the one that was posted? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on here.
It was just left off.
I typed these up before, and so
Oh,
I'm
there's only
sorry.
one we posted, that's the.
Yeah, it's on the one that was posted.
So this one's actually pretty easy. The students that you saw earlier for TSA are invited to the national competition, which is in Nashville, Tennessee. So of course that's out of state travel. And then our two middle school ladies who are moving on to the national Taffy assignment. And so from what I understand, the costs are, we have the money for them. So we're not asking for a budget amendment or anything like that, just permission for the out of state travel.
How do they have the money? Is it through, Ms. Buck's, budget?
Yes, Ms. Buck budgeted for that for this year. Going forward, post-district will be budgeted at the district level and not at her campus level, but it was budgeted for this year.
Any questions? No? Do we have a motion? A motion by Randall. Do we have a second? Second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries. You don't have anything to write it on?
Just write it at the very bottom of your page, so and just put,
Oh, here.
put amendment, added.
It's here.
Go ahead, I'll add it on the minutes.
Okay, well, go to item number 12, 13. Consider approval of 25-26 certification of provisions of instructional materials. Dr. Morgan.
Okay, so this is a document we do have to submit to TEA every year. It's gotten a little more involved in the past couple of years. So we do have to address these areas in it. And so you should have a copy of the full document. The page that you sign, Ms. Gore, at the end is the page that I will upload when I submit it electronically. So the first section is quite a few pages, but it goes through all of our core content. We are required to certify to the state that we do provide instructional materials for all core content for kindergarten through 12th grade. So you can see on the screen, these are the responses that I'll submit in the digital form. And so there are 2 changes to core content curriculum instructional materials for next year. In kindergarten through 5th grade, our curriculum team that consisted of our RLA coordinator, campus leaders and teachers decided that they did want to switch 3rd through 5th grade over to Amplify Texas, which is what our kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade teachers have been using for the past couple of years. So we do want to make sure that that K-5 alignment is there. The curriculum comes from a much stronger knowledge base than our previous curriculum. It has a very strong phonics, foundational reading system, which is grounded in the science of teaching reading. So we think it's going to be better for all of our primary and elementary students. Other than that, no changes at primary, elementary, or middle school. The only change at high school for core content, we are going to switch our instructional materials for math. The teachers and the students did not respond well to the math curriculum that we had in place this year. Our math coordinator also suggested, highly recommended that we switch for next year. So the teachers did take a look at this new one, which is called Agile Mind. It was really the only other option on the state's list of approved materials for math for secondary that provided for algebra, algebra 2, and geometry. But they did like it. They want to try it instead of continuing what we're going to use. And so with campus's approval, we're going to make that switch for high school math. But everything else has been used and we'll use again next year. The Children's Internet Protection Act, we do have to certify that we provide for the protection with the requirement. Mr. Hudson assures me that we do these things, so we'll check yes on that. We also have to indicate what assessment platforms we use, and so we continue to use Eduphoria. We do use the Texas Formative Assessment resource. We also use MClass. I did not include Map Growth because we're having a discussion with campus principals in the next couple of weeks if we are going to continue to use that or not. It's not required by the state that we do. So rather than say we use it and then we decide not to, I'm just leaving it off. And then we do also have to just check boxes that we provide instructional materials for these other subject areas that are required that we teach the TEKS. Not all of these necessarily have state adopted or state approved instructional materials. Each of these content areas is a little bit different. But in the cases where we do provide the instructional materials, we do that. In the cases where the teachers, for example, in fine arts, the band teachers, they know what they need and they get what they need. And if they need help with that, they can always come and we'll work on making sure they get what they need. So we do make sure that all the teachers in these areas have what they need to teach the students the required TEKS. And that should be the end of the packet. That's all the information that we are required to submit. Are there any questions?
Do we have a motion?
Sorry. I'll make a motion to approve the 2025-2026 certification of provisions of instructional materials.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Donald. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Go to item number 14, consider approval of application for participation in the local government investment co-op, Logic.
Sorry, I didn't turn it on. We've got Logic that we're requesting and recommending to have as another tool in our toolbox for investments. It is a pool fund, so the money we put in there, if we need to pull it out for liquidity the next day, you can pull it out. It's always liquid, but it's just another tool and looking at where the best interest rates are, and so it's just another tool to have of options for where we could put our fund balance, basically.
Any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion by Randall. We have a second by Greg. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 15, consider approval of the amending resolution for Techstar.
So Venus has an account with Techstar, but it has been dormant for quite some time. So Techstar and Logic go together, but they're two different pools, so they've got different rates. So this is just to amend the resolution and reactivate that account. Again, it's liquid, just like the other one.
Any questions?
How come it's been dormant?
I can't answer that because I haven't been here. Other than we've been using just TextPool. It's nice to not have your eggs all in one basket. So having these other options would have us split some money. Not that any of them are, in danger of going under or anything, but it just gives you some more options.
Yeah, and I just want to say she's done a great job. When we started talking about all of our investments that we have, she was asking some good questions about that. Not risk, but when we were very limited to where we had all of our finances. And so I appreciate her doing that, and we're going to try to spread that out with no high risk, just so that we can obviously make better interest on our money.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
A motion by Kirby. Do we have a second? Kirby. Do we have a second? Donald. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 16, consider approval to give the superintendent authority to hire contract personnel from April 21st, 2025 through August 31st, 2025. Any questions on that? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Kirby. Why don't you say your name like that? Do we have a second?
Second.
Who seconded? Joe. Second by Joe. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 17, consider approval of matters related to personnel, resignations, employment, position, or contract amendments.
I'll make a motion to consider approval of matters related to personnel.
A motion by Kirby. Do we have a second? Second by Randall. All in favor? Motion carries. Go to item number 18, reports. And I know, Tina, did you want to go ahead and?
Yeah.
I'm too short. Yes, Miss Deanne has asked me would I come and give just a short presentation talking about the 5-year audit that we've just been done. Every 5 years, TDA comes and reviews the entirety of the child nutrition department from A to Z. Basically, there's 2 parts to the procurement, and one of them is just basically they're asking for our procurement procedures, written code of conduct. They want to know all of our macro, small purchase, formal contracts, sole source procurement, USDA food reconciliation reports, USD food processing contracts and co-op agreements. Also including would be the detailed general ledger of all the revenue and all the expenditures that we have done throughout that year. This way, they literally take some vendors and then ask us to show all the payments that we made to them, and all of them must have to match what our bid process is saying that we were to pay for that item. So that was one part of the review. The second part was the administrative review, and they came in sections. Section 100 was counting and claiming, which is a very, very important part of child nutrition because this is where we get our money. But yet we have to make sure that we are in compliance with everything we do to count that tray as a reimbursable meal and be able to claim it for that reimbursement. Section 14 was about menus, food production records, dietary specifications, our nutrient analysis. This also includes our CN labels, product formulation statements, and all recipes. Section 18 was our Justice for All, our media release, and our complaint procedures, and our complaint form. 900 was our on-site monitoring. This is a form that must be filled out by February 1 of every school year at every campus, and this report goes to make sure that all areas of the campus is running sufficiently and in compliance. We have also Section 1000 was our local wellness policy. That is a district policy. We are required to show all meetings, all agendas, and we're also on our website have to keep up the current 3-year triennial assessment and keep up with our wellness policy and our plan, okay? And then 1100s is a list of all of our smart snacks in school. Everything that we sell in the cafeteria must be Smart Snack approved through the USDA Smart Snack Calculator. A printed copy of that for us before we can even purchase that item. The last thing was 1200s, which is professional standards. All child nutrition department staff are required to have so many hours of training a year. That would depend on if you were a worker, if you're a cashier, you're a manager, you're the director. So all of those have to be in place and accounted for. And then lastly, they did go over a little bit of our summer feeding from 23-24 school year. That was all good. And they will be here because this is our 5-year audit, they also come in summer feeding to go ahead and audit it for that program as well, and that'll be good for 5 years. And I know that was a lot, but does anybody have any questions for me on any of this?
Yeah, I thought I had read that there were findings.
That's where I was coming in next.
Okay, perfect.
On this particular part, there were no findings. There was one finding, and Deanne asked to explain that one.
So the one finding was on indirect cost ratio. And so I'm explaining it because it was something I did, not what Tina's department did. So indirect costs have not been charged previously at Venus. And an indirect cost is basically recouping money from federal programs back to the general fund that the general fund spends. So you have two different rates. You have an indirect rate and a restricted rate and an unrestricted rate. Child nutrition can be charged up to the full unrestricted rate. Most grants can only be charged the restricted, your Title I, your normal ones. However, ESSER, you could do the unrestricted rate. So we did the unrestricted rate on ESSER. However, for child nutrition, if I did the unrestricted rate, that would have charged back $159,570 out of child nutrition back to the general fund, which took most of half of their fund balance. If I charged the restricted rate, it was at $37,929. That doesn't really pay the bills back to what they did. So if I charged either of those two amounts, we would have gotten no finding. However, I chose to charge 2 times the restricted because the way I understood it is I could charge up to the full unrestricted amount. So I charged $78,858 to child nutrition. Because I didn't charge either the restricted or the whole $159, we got a finding. So I take ownership, that was on me. Going forward, we submitted our corrective action. We can only charge the restricted rate. The 2 auditors went back and forth of trying to figure out how not to give us a finding because they said if I was in Deanne's spot, that's what we would have charged too. So it is a finding and there is no fiscal note to it.
Anybody have any questions or anything? No, oh, that's okay. Thank you, Tina, for coming in and presenting. Oh, you wanna?
Okay, just a couple of things here, and then I know Mr. Gatewood has a few things. As you know, this evening saw celebrations from a lot of different groups and departments. It's hard to believe that we have 4 more weeks after this week remaining in the school year. You heard all the activities. There's something going on literally every single day, and we have a lot of celebrations going on. Our kids are doing some amazing things. Our staff is working tremendously hard, and we will finish up STAR testing this week. However, there's still AP testing. There's other testing that will go on, and then we'll get into final exams. So there is a lot of great things going on. Every night for the next 3 or 4 weeks, you're going to have something. So we encourage folks to come out and support our kids. So I got Mr. Gatewood.
I just want to let you guys know that the turf is complete. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to walk out there. They've done a tremendous job. Not only is it completed, it's early. It's going to enable us to host a middle school soccer game. So we're going to switch back over here to Venus ISD and host a middle school soccer game on the field. There's only 2 items that's still pending. The goalposts, they're being shipped from New York. We won't have them until May 6th. They'll come out May 6th. They'll replace them. And there was also some damage to the asphalt. Hellas is fixing that on their own dime, so they will be fixing that. And we did check the scoreboard and all electronics. It all works just fine.
I have a question about just the usage of the turf now that we have it installed. What is our plan? I would almost assume we would just lock the field at night, use the gates and everything, but what is our kind of proactive approach to making sure we don't just have people showing up on Saturday, having a full out soccer match or, all the things, like maybe utilizing our facility rental agreement, like restricting some of that access, putting up signage or something like that. What do we have in place for that to really protect the turf?
I'm glad you asked that question. I actually stopped by here Saturday and saw a group of young students, some of our students playing soccer out there. And so we are putting up signage and we are locking the field and sending out messages that this field is restricted unless you have purchased to utilize that, because we'll charge you if you are going to utilize that, and to make sure that we have all the forms and insurance collected correctly, ma'am.
And have we notified like Venus PD, or if they see somebody on it, like what happens if we see somebody on it, or if we've told them, hey, you can't be here? Like, I mean, because I think it's going to take a minute for them to realize that they can't just be on it without any approval. And I mean, I have kids. I don't want to like be to where, hey, you can't use it at all. But I mean, just to restrict a little bit. But is Venus PD aware that like, hey, you know, if they swing through, or this is kind of the plan if you see kids out there, etc.?
No, ma'am, but I will make them aware of it. That is a trespass. We will actually give them a warning. Majority of them are kids. Like the students are there this Saturday.
Yeah.
Last Saturday, they were kids. We want to give them a warning. We don't really want a criminal trespass unless they are continually doing it. The second time, obviously, the same students, we need a criminal trespass warning those students. That is something I can notify Venus PD to swing by to ensure that no one is using that unauthorized.
And so because I have a kid who would come up here and use the facilities over spring break, working on discus, etc. So are we going to make sure that our kids know if they need to access the facilities, talk to one of your coaches, and that one of our coaches need to come up here, unlock the facilities for them, give them access? Like, do we have a protocol, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, if their kids are going to be up here, make sure you contact your coach, whoever. Someone needs to be up here with you guys while you're here, and then lock up when you leave.
Yes, ma'am. We can put that in place also. I'll put some procedures in place for that there. We don't currently have anything in place.
Yeah, just where we Coach Riddell, however that works out for everybody. Sure. Thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
would be my question in regards to just facility usage is all. Do we have a person who's responsible for enforcing that? I don't think Venus PD will do it. In the past, they have not shown any interest in patrolling a private field. You think they would, but they haven't in the past. So is there... On Saturday, there's 400 people up there, tents in the stands, and there's a full-out soccer tournament going on. Who do you call? I know we've had an issue with people using the gyms and stuff, and it just seems like every time, I just don't know who to call. Who do you call to say, and whose job is it at 9 o'clock at night to go up to the gym to say, do you have insurance? Show me do we give them a certificate? Do we give them a pass? Do we give them something that says you're allowed to use the gym or the football field? I don't know. I don't know the procedure. I haven't read the procedure, but is the procedure detailed to where it's Chief Wood? Chief Wood is contacted at his home at 10 o'clock at night. Therefore, he drives to Venus and changes this. Is it Verdell? Is it the building principal? Is it long question? Maybe I didn't even have a question in there, but we had some issues with the gyms, and that kind of got bounced around for literally about until the sport was over. Miraculously, it all got fixed about that time. So, but I've seen the events at the football field where it's full out. They use it it's open to, these are Mansfield people. These aren't even Venus people. They got an open facility. The gates are open. They come up here and looks like they're having fun.
Well, it's not only the gyms and the football field. It's baseball, softball, all sports facilities.
I didn't know, is it well published to who is supposed to be contacted if VPTC, or if VPT sees it, they're not going to go run anybody off. They're not going to do all that, but they could call somebody. Maybe they'll agree to call do we have a person that's responsible for that would drive to Venus, since very few people live in Venus, that will come enforce that?
Yes, sir. That's something I can put in place also. Right now, if someone wants to utilize our fields, they do go through the athletic director. We have been charging individuals. Like, I'll give you an example. There's no free anymore with any school districts. Someone from Midlothian wanted to come out here and play softball because Midlothian is now charging. Actually, we were going to charge them. Once they figured out that fee, they chose not to utilize our softball fields. But I will put a plan in place to make sure there's a chain of command who to contact after hours. Because right now, again, if someone wants to utilize those fields, they go through the athletic director, which is Coach Verdell. Then to me, like for instance here, they submit the application, they submit their insurance, and they pay the fee.
And they have a permit on site?
No, sir. So
if somebody went up there, if VPD decided, if they walked up there and said, who's the director of this, I'm the coach on whatever it is, how would I know? How would Mr. Hoffman or whoever walks up there, Dr. Torres, how would they know they've complied with all of the requirements or the agreements that we've, the insurance, everything that we've asked them to.
Yes, sir. Now, for the gym, it's our normal people, they normally have a badge with them. But for the fields, we need to put something in place. You're right. If you're utilizing the gyms, again, that's Mr. Cervantes, all of them, they do have a visitor card that they actually scan to utilize that facility. But I can go ahead and put something in place for the fields.
I mean, even if it's just something in email, where you've emailed them the receipt and it says on there you've got the fields from this time to this time, or just something, because if I'm driving by there, I know how much money we've spent on that field. If I'm driving by there and I see a big group out there, it wouldn't bother me for a second to stop and go, hey, who's running this? Do you have your authorization to be here?
Yeah, like a permit, just, that's for a disciplinary person, that makes it easy on the person that's, hey, do you have a permit? If you don't have the permit, then you gotta go. If you do have the permit, then you're allowed to stay, and I left the permit on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something simple. You're already gonna get that pretty
I guess they could bring
much.
it up on their phone, just some way that they would, maybe VPD would help us if it was something that simple.
Or I could give them a copy of the signed application fee that there's an actual application that they utilize when they're authorized to use our fields and our facilities. I could give them a copy with my signature and the athletic director's signature. Give them, here's your copy. We haven't done that in the past, but I can go ahead and give them that instead of reinventing the wheel. They do have a contract that they sign that has their insurance, who's responsible for it, for cleanup and different things like that.
And just let them know that they need to keep that available during their time there.
That's a negative, sir. No, sir.
But you said they're printing that signage up now.
Yes, sir. I will make that signage, put that sign up there, because that is something that, and I'll give you a little bit of history this year. When I first showed up, that is something I started putting in place many months ago, because we weren't charging anybody. It was just much a free for all at our fields. It was pretty much everybody out there. But we've cleaned that up quite a bit. Rarely do people show up and host practices at our field anymore. Rarely ever occurs unless they're affiliated with the district in some kind of way. We don't see that anymore. So we've cleaned that up quite a bit. Now, does the occasional, I snuck up here on Saturday and I can host a soccer game happen? Yes, that happens. That occurs. But we normally don't have people just showing up, hosting a whole event here at one of our facilities anymore. But I will put procedures in place to tighten that up for the individuals that's going to show up and conduct a soccer game.
Procedurally, we did get the maintainer with the field.
Yes, sir, we did.
Have we put anything in writing that sets the requirement for regular maintenance of the turf? We didn't maintain the last turf at all, and something that's going to last past you and me. So you and I may be here next year, we may not be here next year, but whoever's here, there needs to be something in writing that says this is the procedure. It will be maintained twice a month, every week, something to help get them more time out of that field.
Yes, sir. Right now, the guidance they're given, weekly, you have to clean the field, and before every game, have to clean the field. Yes, sir. That is the maintenance procedure that we're on right now. Several people on the maintenance crew were actually trained on that, how to maintain that field.
Trying to protect it.
Yeah, and Coach Friedel put some pictures, and it's nice. He was out there. Ronnie was there. Thomas was there. The guys from Hellas were explaining how to use that thing that cleans it. That, pull it up there. Yeah, scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Says the way board policy works, we can charge people fees and stuff like that, but the school board and the superintendent has the authorization to authorize long-standing organizations that we have relationships with to utilize the fields for free. But they still, like Mr. Cervantes, he turned his insurance into me. He had to fill out the forms. In fact, you can go back and ask him. I turned his key off to the gyms until he turned those things into me. I was not going to use gyms anymore because we didn't have. I told him explain. A kid hurts their ankle, blows their ACL.
The other way.
Yes, sir.
There it is, Mr. Buck. It's nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and there's a sweeper there that we got. That's the piece I was just talking about that they're.
Anything else on any of the reports? Nope, okay. Number 19, board request for additional items, and our next scheduled board meeting is May 19th.
Yeah, I do have one request. I'd like to request the
And then also on the meeting on the 19th, we're gonna start at 6, and then afterwards, we're gonna go into our budget workshop.
So we're gonna have a limited budget, or
Limited meeting. A meeting, we're just gonna not have a lot on it, and then we're gonna go into the budget, which will probably be longer than 30 minutes. Okay, sorry. Okay.
And I'll visit.
Any other requests for additional information? No, we'll go to item number 20 and then adjourn at 9:32 p.m.